Good morning and welcome back to Gothenburg, the final day of action on the Swedish weekend of the 2026 PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is Pro Tour 8 today, and there is one man in the field that we're looking to make a little bit of history on this tour. Darius Labanauskas, the Lithuanian number one, yesterday picking up Pro Tour 7 to move on to 15 career titles on the PDC MB Tour. He's moved joint second on the all-time list alongside Marco Cantila, and he's just one title behind the leader on that list, Finland's Kim Viljanen. He has 16 titles. If Lucky D can do the double this weekend, he will go joint top of that list. I'm Alex Moss, delighted to be in your company once again for today's Pro Tour action. We've got just 5 events left of the season to go. Players looking to push towards that top 2. If you finish in the top 2, you will be going to the PDC World Darts Championship in December. And yesterday we saw the title for Darius Labanauskas. It moved him up to second spot. Yanni Havisto dropping out of those alley-pally spots. Kordeka still top of the pile. But players are also looking at the rankings, trying to get in the top 24 as well, because at the end of the season, the top 24 players on the order of merit will be going to Denmark for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, the second staging of that tournament, which also carries the spot in the World Championship, and for the first time this year, a place in the Grand Slam of darts as well. These 2 players that we're going to be watching in our first game on the live stream, Edgar Newtins and Anton Östlund, they were both in the inaugural edition of the Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. They'll be looking to try and get there again this year. Östlund has won the ball and we'll get things underway. As always on this tour, every match from the first round right through to the final, it is best of 11 legs, the first to 6. There's no tie breaks, no bull up if it goes 5-5. So it's simply a case of get to 6 before your opponent and you're into the next round. I mentioned that race for the Nordic and Baltic Championship at the start of play today. Anton Östlund sitting in 19th spot in the rankings, €1,000 to his name. He had a good run yesterday in Pro Tour 7. In fact, it was his best run of the season so far, getting to the quarterfinals. Picked up a trio of wins against his fellow Swedes, Bjorn Leon, Andreas Harrison and Joel Björmo, before losing to the eventual champion Darius Labanauskas 6-5 in the quarterfinals. Looking good here to take the opening leg on throw. He's down to a finish after 12 darts. This was the shot that we saw Darius take out to win the title yesterday against Daniel Larsson at 104. Anton can't repeat the finish, but he has got a single to double here to get this first leg. It will be tops. Raising the eyebrows after that attempt at tops, but time on his side here. Newton's not going to get down to a finish after that visit. So it is a comfortable holder throw for 1 ton. 7 visits in the leg. He wins the opener comfortably. As for Edgar Newtins, finished 24th in the PDC Nordic and Baltic rankings last year, as Östlund fires in the first maximum of the match. Finished just €25 clear of 25th spot So he just about snuck into the field in Copenhagen. Start of play today, sitting in 29th in the rankings. So work to do in the final 5 events if he is going to get into that tournament again this year. So far, his best run of the season. He's had 4 last 32s and 3 last 64s. So needs to make a few more decent runs if he is going to get into that top 24. His throw could be broken here in the second leg. This is a great leg from Ursland against the throw. Not going to get down to a double in this visit, but much like the first leg, got a little bit of a lead. Newtons does get down to a finish now. It's a big one though. And Ursland wants double 16. Doesn't get it. Newton's not going to take out the 161. Ursland gets over the line in the second leg. The first breaker throw in this match goes to the Swede. Doubles his lead, and you can see there the gap in the averages after 2 legs, 20 plus point gap between the 2 players. This is a comfortable start for Ursland. We will be focusing on board 1 for the first few rounds of play today. So following this match, as Ursland picks up his second 180 of the match. Following this match, we will see Daniel Kortbeck. Snootins replies with 180. Will be Daniel Kortbeck against Andreas Toft Jørgensen. And we will see Linus Lundroff go up against Alexander Thorvaldsen, the Icelandic #1. Those are the next couple of matches coming up. All first round matches before we turn our attention to the last 32. The winner of this will play the #4 seed, yesterday's beaten finalist, Daniel Larsson. Just the wrong side of the wire. So Zanutins needs to find a treble. He does. It's double 16. Very close to getting his first leg on the board. Ursland now wants double 14. And he gets it. 15 dart holder throw for Anton Ursland. He moves halfway to the finish line here. Snutins had his first dart at a double in that leg. Much better from the Latvian. Snutins is one of the few players on this tour that is based in the UK, lives in England, plays the UKDA system, the county system in the UK. Also plays some of the ADC events, the vaults. Had a run to a final in one of them at the Nambuka in London, which is a pub that, familiar name, you might know Aaron Beanie. He works at that pub. Hopefully we get to see Aaron Beanie back playing soon. How about this? Bullseye. Would have been a 167. Saw Jonas Gravesen take that 167 out on the stream yesterday. How about a 108 tops? Just the wrong side of the wire for Newtons. Both players have had a dart for a ton plus finish. Ursula misses two at a double. Grimace there as he goes to collect his darts. 4-0 and a double break. He would have been looking at the finish line. Newtons first real chance. Can't take it. Ursland has busted his score there into the single 13. Newtons gets another go. And he takes it this time. First leg on the board for the Latvian. You feel like that was a must-win leg for Newtons if he was to have any chance of winning this match. Survived a scare in that leg. We have seen the scoring improve in the last couple of legs from Newtons. He's had a dart in the third leg. And then he's had a few chances in that last leg and converted one in the end. Plenty of action going on the outside boards as well if you want to follow all the matches that are going on. Today in Gothenburg, we do have 8 boards in total. tv.dartsconnect.com. You can follow all the matches score for score. Got the reigning PDC Nordic and Baltic champion Teemu Harju in action on the outside boards. He's just taken a 3-0 lead against Liam Blomholt. Newtons looks at a 170, but this is a much better level that Newtons is producing here. An unfortunate bounce out there. He's got plenty of time. Another match to keep an eye on the outside boards. Oskar Lukasiak 4-0 up on Jonas Sorensen. Now 5-0. A real tough first round match for both players there. Newtons tees up double 16 when he comes back, and this is for a break of throw and to get the match back on throw. Just a few legs ago, there was a 20-point gap in the averages in Ursland's favour. Just 2 points between them now. Newtons can't quite believe none of them darts have found the double 16. Is he going to be punished here? Well, it's an interesting way to go for 95. Treble 20 would have left 35, and then you can tee up a dart at a double. But he's not going to get a go at it. Newtons back-to-back legs. He's got this match back on throw now from 3-0 down. He's picked up the last 2 legs. This would be a big win for Edgar. Get him up and running today. Like I mentioned, he's got work to do if he's going to get into the end of season finals in Denmark. Currently €300 behind the player in 24th spot, which is Sweden's Bjorn Leon. Ursland comes back with a 180. Putting pressure on Snootin's throw here. Backs up that 180 with a 140. Snootin starting on the 19s. 3 trebles would have left him 32. Can only find one of them. This feels like an important leg now. Snootins takes it, we're level. Could we see the champagne shot Looking for two balls for double 16. The first one looks good, but the second one goes off target. So he's going to have to rely on Anton Ersland potentially missing one or two darts at a double here. It is going to be two at double 10. One outside, one inside. Two darts missed for Ersland for a 4-2 lead. It's Newton's turn to go in the wrong bed. He busts his score as well. That could be costly. And it is. Anton Ersland gets that breaker throw back against his name. It's a 4-2 lead for 1 ton. Is that the leg that could well determine the outcome of this match? A lot of Anton's success this year has come in the European Tour qualifiers. He's qualified for a couple of events so far this year. The German Darts Grand Prix and the Austrian Darts Open. We have had 3 Euro Tour qualifiers this weekend. On Friday, Mio Varela winning the ET10 qualifier to secure his debut on the Euro Tour. Jonas Masselin coming through the ET11 qualifier, and then yesterday, following the Pro Tour event, Johan Engstrom qualifying for a 3rd Euro Tour of the year, beating Yanni Havisto 6-4 in that final. So he'll be going to the Czech Darts Open later this year. Snootin's there needing a maximum to get down to a finish. So Ersland, time on his side here. Tops to move one away. Was it low, but he will come back with 3 clear darts to open up that 3-leg lead again. Finds it with the last dart. Anton Ersland is 1 away from a place in the last 32. An intriguing matchup with the number 4 seed, Daniel Larsson. We do have our first winner of the day in Pro Tour 8. Oskar Lukasiak has beaten Jonas Solensen 6-1 with a 91 average. And Andreas Nielsen, a first-time semi-finalist on the Pro Tour yesterday. He's up and running again today, a 6-0 winner against Gustav Bruckner with a 93, almost 94 average from Nielsen. Is Ersland seeing the finish line? Another 180 gets him down to a finish. Snootin's needed 2 trebles to join him, so 6 darts here for Ersland to complete a 6-2 win. Doesn't put much of a dent in it. May only get a dart at the ball on his next visit. Good find there with the last one for Snootins. This dart at the ball for Ersland to get over the line. Snootins may end up on the ball here as well. 4 18s will get him a shot. Can't find it. He's up tops. but he may not get a chance. Ursland should get 2 darts for the match here. It will be at double 14. And on Anton Ursland is into the second round. 2 3-leg streaks is enough for 1 ton to get over the line. He raced into a 3-0 lead. Edgar's Newton's got up and running. He won the next 2 legs. He missed 2 darts to level up at 3 legs apiece. And Ursland went on another 3-leg run to complete a 6-2 win. He moves into the second round and a meeting with his fellow Swede, Daniel Larsson, in the last 32 of Pro Tour 8. The first round action will continue very shortly. We've got a battle of the Danes. It is going to be Daniel Kortbeck going up against a former Pro Tour winner, a recent finalist in the Pro Tour, Andreas Toft Jørgensen. That match coming up very soon. First round action continuing here in Gothenburg Pro Tour 8 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We've got a battle of the Danes next up here. Daniel Kortbeck playing on the PDC MB Tour for the first time this weekend. Going up against Andreas Toft Jørgensen, a former title winner on this tour. In 2021 and a finalist on our most recent weekend, making the final of Pro Tour 5, where he was just 1 leg away from winning his second title lost out 6-5 to Darius Labanauskas in a last leg decider in that final. But it was a run that got him back into the Danish World Cup team, the PDC World Cup of Darts, coming up in around a month's time. Jørgensen's played in that Danish team a couple of times before in 2021 and 2022. Got back in there this year, and he will be partnering up with a debutant, Jonas Gravesen. He's had some good runs on the tour this year, a couple of semi-finals to his name. Set-up shot there from Jørgensen, leaves himself on 8-8. Courtbeck leaving tops. Jørgensen busting his score there, so a chance for Courtbeck to get a breaker throw in the first leg, and he does just that. Nightmare for Jørgensen. The 140 left himself 8-8. Busts his score with the first dart. I'm just looking at how Daniel Courtbeck has done on the tour so far this weekend on his debut. Yesterday he picked up a win against a man we're going to see on the stream next, Iceland's Alexander Thorvaldsen. He beat him in a last leg decider 6-5 in the first round before losing out 6-3 to Latvia's Valters Meldris in the last 32. As for Andreas Toft Jørgensen, he also fell at the last 32 in Pro Tour 7 yesterday. Defeated Gustav Bruckner 6-4 in the first round before losing out by the same scoreline to another debutant this weekend, Sweden's Sebastian Karis, who ended up going all the way to the quarterfinals yesterday. An impressive debut from Sebastian, who we've had a few people ask. Yes, he is related to the Nordic and Baltic darts legend Magnus Karis. He is the nephew of Magnus. I'm sure will have been following how his nephew has been getting on this weekend. Good leg here from Jørgensen, back-to-back 140s, gives him a chance to get that break immediately back. All Courtbeck can do here is put some pressure on, leave a decent finish. That dart slipping into the one means it's going to be a big ask if he gets a chance. He's going to get a look at this 161 to double his lead. That first dart just the wrong side of the wire ends any chance of taking the 161. Jørgensen wants double 10. He's pulled it into the wrong bed. We saw that a couple of times in the last match between Edgars Nutins and Anton Ersland. It proved so costly for Edgars Nutins. That dart, double 10, drifting into the double 15. That would have made it 3-3 in that match. Jørgensen, again, missing on the outer ring. Courtbeck has got a chance to double his lead here. Going to be one dart at tops. To the 9th visit of the leg for both players. And eventually it is Andreas Toft Jørgensen that gets it against the throw. He was broken in 19. I don't think he expected to break back in 26, but he's done just that. We are level at one leg apiece. We have had a few more results on the outside boards. A couple of Danes have moved into the last 32. We are guaranteed another one in this match, but we've just seen Martin Olesen beat Alexander Hagstrom 6-0. Another all Danish clash. Simon Back has beaten Michael Mogensen 6-3. The reigning Nordic and Baltic champion Teemu Harju is up and running. He's beaten Liam Blomholt 6-0 in the first round. A couple of other big names have just got underway on the outside boards. The PDC tour card holder Victor Tingstrom has just gone 1-0 down against Latvia's Ralf Slomanis. And Edwin Torbjörnsson has just started up against John Holm. We saw Edwin on the stream yesterday, that matchup with Teemu Harju. He's been a little bit unfortunate, I think it's got to be said, Edwin, the run of draws that he's had on the Pro Tour the last few events. Oscar Lukasiak and Andreas Harrison in Vexy, and then yesterday his first game was against Teemu Harju, so his last three Pro Tours he's been drawn against the top three from the rankings last year, which you don't see very often. Jurgensen coming back here for double six to go in front for the first time. He's given Kortbeck a chance here to get another breaker throw. Can't find a treble to get down to a double. Does leave tops in case Jurgensen misses again. He manages to pin that double free with the last dart to go in front for the first time. Follows up the 26 dart break with a 24 dart hold. 2 legs in 50 darts. I think both players will know that they can produce a better level than this. Still time to go through the gears. Coming up after this, we are going to see another first round match. It will be Linus Lundroff going up against Iceland's number one, Alexander Thorvaldsen. And the winner of that will play the winner of this in the last 32. This is a much better leg from Daniel Kortbeck. He's left to finish after 12. Jurgensen has done the same. Tidies it up nicely after that loose second dart and first dart to leave tops. This for the best leg of the match so far. 16 dart holder throw for Daniel Kortbeck. Levels things up. I mentioned this is a first time we've seen Daniel Kortbeck play on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He has been making a name for himself in recent times, though. On the WDF system, making a final. In the under 23s Denmark Masters. Nice 140 there from Jurgensen. Just wrestles back the advantage in this leg after 3 trebleless visits to start it. Kortbeck, though, with a 2 treble visit of his own, gets him down to a checkout first. Nice find with the last one there for Jurgensen, gets him down to a better finish. Kortbeck there has missed the big number with a second dart. Looked like he was chasing the treble 11. But he's going to get a chance at this double 16 now. He takes it. And he's back-to-back 16 darters for Daniel Kortbeck. Breaks the Andreas Toft Jurgensen serve for the second time. Takes the lead again at 3-2. The last time he broke, we saw Jurgensen come back with a pair of legs to go in front. In terms of the race for the Nordic and Baltic Championship, Andreas Toft Jurgensen looking in a decent position with 5 events to go. He is currently sat in 12th spot. Last year, he was one of the last players to qualify for that tournament, ended up in 22nd spot on the rankings, but it was really a late push that got him into the tournament. If you remember that final Pro Tour event, it was essentially a winner takes all match with Brian Loken, and he won that to move into that top 24. He's in a good position with that run to the final in Vexi and a quarter final the following day. .140 there gets him down to a finish after 12 darts, looking to get that break immediately back like he did last time. Kortbeck down to a finish as well. Loose last one, and you see him just, his reaction to that dart didn't leave the hand smoothly. Kortbeck returns the favour with a 42 of his own. You see Jurgensen not happy at the moment. He's going to get another go at this 62, maybe one dart at a double. Maybe 8 or 16. One dart, double 16. Just the wrong side of the wire. Kortbeck's going to get a chance here to double his lead. Get a bit of daylight between the two players. Double 10. And it's just about in there. I'd rush to get that dart. Looked like it might be falling out. Entered the board at a funny angle, but it finds the target. Daniel Kortbeck. 2 legs clear now at 4-2. 2 legs away from moving into the second round. I think it's fair to say he's got his opponent right where he wants him. Jurgensen has not got going in this match so far. Kortbeck has just gone about his business. He's produced the best legs of the match so far. I think he knows 2 holes to throw here. That will be enough. Doesn't need to chase another breaker throw. He's consolidated that break with that hold in the last leg. But that's a good visit there from Kortbeck. 2 trebles gets him down to a finish as well. Jurgensen, an interesting start there for 138. It's going to be double 12. Well, that would have been some way to take out the 138. Usually it's the treble 20 first, or you go two treble 19s. That would have definitely been added to the 138 highlight reel had it gone in, but cleans up the 24. Stops that run of legs from Daniel Kortbeck. He'd won the last three. It's a brilliant start to the leg, a maximum for Kortbeck. 2 holds will be enough. And that is the perfect start to doing just that. Jurgensen comes up dry in reply. Couple of scores to bring you on the outside boards. Victor Tingstrom has won the last 3 legs to move 3-1 up on Ralph Slamanis. Edwin Turbjörnsson 4-0 up on John Holm. Couple of loose visits from Kortbeck has opened the door for Jurgensen. And there's another one. 45-28 and 45 to follow the 180. He's crawling towards the finish line in this leg. And Jurgensen coming back at him there. A 140 gets him down to a finish first. It's a big find with the last one there for Kortbeck. Leaves a more makeable finish. He is going to get a go at it. Jurgensen needing 2 treble 19s there for a poke at the ball. But he's right in contention in this leg. That 180 at the start made Daniel Kortbeck a big favourite, but began to unravel after that, and that bounce out just compounding his misery in this leg. Jurgensen is going to get a dart, a double 16 to level the match. What a turnaround this has been. What a turnaround in the leg. Kortbeck had his opponent right where he wanted him. For the last 15 darts or so, maybe he was just starting to see the finish line. And Jurgensen, maybe with that little bit of experience on this tour, has managed to turn things around at just the right time. Another bounce out for Kortbeck. And you don't seem to have them bounce outs when things are going your way. In that first dart, just entering the board at a weird angle, had to switch. Saw Daniel Kortbeck win 3 legs on the spin to go 4-2 up. Andreas Toff Jurgensen could be about to win 3 legs on the spin himself and move 1 leg away from the last 32. Troubleless visit there for Kortbeck, so 6 starts minimum here for Jurgensen. That's much more like it from Kortbeck. At 140 was needed. Right on the coattails of Jurgensen now in this leg, and he's going to get a go at that 90. Jurgensen tidies it up to leave tops. Kortbeck should get Dart at the ball minimum here. It's going to be a dart at double five for a 90 finish. What about that from the debutant this weekend? Just when it looked like Andreas Toft Jurgensen had turned this match around, his throw is broken again, and Daniel Kortbeck is throwing for the match here. It's really hard to say which way this one is going to go. Just when it looked like Daniel Kortbeck had the match won at 4-2 up and throwing for that 5-2 lead. Saw Jurgensen win back-to-back legs, and he looked like he was about to win that ninth one as well. That 90 finish could turn out to be a match winner for Kortbeck. Good adjustment with a second. Can't find a second one, but in a good position in the leg. Jurgensen chasing around the board for trebles, comes up dry. That's a slight advantage for Kortbeck after 3 visits each, and that is a perfect first dart. Going to have to switch here. Loose third one. He's in a very good position in this leg. Jurgensen comes for cover, finds 2 big trebles to get down to a big finish as well. It's just 5 points between them in this leg. Kortbeck staying on that 19 segment. Maybe should have switched after the first dart. He is going to switch now. That is not the best setup shot there for Kortbeck. Jurgensen may get 2 visits here. He'll be hoping to get 2 visits. This 108 is for the match, and it's not going to go now. That treble one. If it had been a single one, he still could have taken out the 108. Stay in the match. Andreas Toft Jurgensen, double 16. Drops his third dart, a nod of the head. Player that plays with such rhythm, that has put him right out of his rhythm. He misses 2 darts to level. Daniel Kortbeck to knock out one of his country's top players. Misses the big number. Not going to get a match start in this visit. And Jurgensen has got to clean up 5 here. There's the big one. He can't find the double. Daniel Kortbeck, 3 darts in hand here. And he gets over the line. Daniel Kortbeck has knocked out one of his country's top players, Andreas Toft Jurgensen. A real back and forth match, that one. Kortbeck, 3 legs on the spin from 2-1 down, put him 4-2 up, but looked like he'd saw the finish line early. Jurgensen come back to level at 4-4. Kortbeck won the next 2 legs to get over the line, and on his debut on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, he made the last 32 yesterday. He's into the last 32 again. Who will he play in the second round? Well, we're going to find that out on the stream very shortly, because coming up next, we are going to see Sweden's Linus Lundroff go up against the Iceland #1, Alexander Thorvaldsen. First round action continuing here in Gothenburg Pro Tour 8 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And up next, we have got Sweden's Linus Lundroth on his debut season on the PDC MB Tour, going up against Iceland's #1, Alexander Thorvaldsen. The winner will go up against the man that we just saw win our last match on the live stream, Denmark's Daniel Kortbæk, who got the better of the Pro Tour 5 finalist, the World Cup bound Andreas Toft Jørgensen, 6-4. So that match will be coming up on the stream a little bit later on. After this one, we are going to move into the last 32, and we'll see yesterday's runner-up, Daniel Larsson, take on Anton Östlund, who we saw kick off our streaming coverage earlier today with a 6-2 win against Edgar Newtins. Thorvaldsen, someone that I've got to say really impressed me on the last weekend of action that we saw on this tour in Växjö a few weeks ago. Had the pleasure of watching him on the live stream against Anton Östlund, a match that went all the way to a last leg with Östlund just nipping it in the decider. That is a big error from Lundroth there, missing the big 18 to get a dart at tops. Thorvaldsen now got to recalibrate. Going to have to use another dart to get down to a double. It's 2 darts missed for Thorvaldsen. Lundroth, 3 very well thrown darts there, but not finding the double. Thorvaldsen gets over the line in the opener, survives the scare from his opponent, but he takes it in 24 darts. But yeah, I was got to say I was impressed with Thorvaldsen in that match, and he's had a decent year on the tour so far. His best ever run coming in Pro Tour 1 at the very start of the season when he got to the quarterfinals. Since then, he's had a last 16, a couple of last 32s, and a few last 64 early exits for him, including yesterday. Both these players going out in the first round of Pro Tour 7, 24 hours ago. Linus Lundroth a 6-0 defeat to Charlie Ekberg, whilst Alexander Thorvaldsen lost to the man that we've just seen win, Daniel Kortbæk, 6-5 in a final leg shootout. So we could potentially have a rematch between those players coming up on the stream if Thorvaldsen can get over the line in this one. He is just about in the spots for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship at the start of play today. He sat in 23rd spot with 5 events to go. He was very close to getting into that tournament last year, finishing in 26th, just 25 euros outside the top 24 as Lundroth misses the ball for a 130 for Thorvaldsen. Double 16 to double his lead, and that is the first breaker throw. And it goes to the Icelander. Lundroth has had his chances in these opening 2 legs. A bunch of darts at a double in the first leg, a dart at the ball in the second leg. He finds himself 2-0 down here. The bracket for the second round starting to take shape now. We've had a few more winners on the outside boards, a few matches that I mentioned in the last game, Victor Tingstrom and Ralph Slomanis. Tingstrom has won that 6-2. Edwin Torbjörnsson is up and running for the weekend. He's whitewashed John Holmes 6-0. And Sebastian Karras, who we saw have that great run to the quarterfinals yesterday, he has fallen at the first hurdle today, a 6-4 defeat to Christian Johansson. And another player who had a very good run yesterday, Jonas Masselin, currently trailing Bjorn Leon 3-0 in the first round. This looks to be a very comfortable leg on throw for Thorvaldsen. His first leg on throw had to survive a bunch of misstarts at a double from his opponent, but plenty of time here to hold his throw. He tidies up that 54. It's a 3-0 lead for Thorvaldsen. Some interesting matches to come in the last 32. Jonas Graverson will be taking on Teemu Harju. Mio Varela, who had that great run to the title in Pro Tour 6. He's qualified for a Euro Tour this weekend as well. He will be going up against Oscar Lukasiak. Mentioned the matchup coming up on the stream next. Daniel Larsson and Anton Östlund will be a good watch. And at the top of the bracket, the number 1 seed, Cord Decker, went out in the first round yesterday. He'll be taking on Andreas Horgorthus in his first match. And that one in the last 32 between Decker and Horgorthus has just got underway on the outside boards. Loose first one there by Thorvaldsen. Doesn't get him down to a finish. So Lundroff has got at least 6 darts here to get his first leg on the board. He strays into the one there. Again, another dart drifting into the one. Just 1 point between the two players in this leg, but Lundroff is going to get a dart at a double, and it's going to be double 16. Almost a 104 finish for Linus. Can Thorvaldsen pick his pocket here? Needed a treble with one of the first 2 darts. Lundroff is going to get another look at a double to get off the mark. It's more double trouble for Lundroff. Thorvaldsen steps in, raise the hand. He's stolen that 4th leg. It's a double breaker throw. He moves 4-0 up, just 2 legs away from a place in the last 32. And a rematch from yesterday with Daniel Kortbeck. Following today's Pro Tour, we do still have 2 more weekends to come. There is going to be a little bit of a break after today's play, around 12 weeks before the players will get back in action on the PDC MB circuit, with Pro Tours 9 and 10 coming up in Oslo at the start of August. Then the final weekend in Tallinn, trip to Estonia at the end of September. A nice 140 there for Thorvaldsen, gets him down to a finish. Lundroff looked in a very promising position in this leg, but that 140 has just got Thorvaldsen back in charge. Nice bonus hitting the ball there. So it's single to double. If he gets a chance, Lundroff wants tops. He just goes the wrong side. It's another dart missed at a double by the Swede. Thorvaldsen peers round. He doesn't quite find the double 16. So Lundroff splitting it. It's double 14. Two darts on the outside wire. The missed doubles continue to rack up, and Thorvaldsen sneaks that double 16 in the corner. 5-0 lead for Iceland's number one. There's been a few legs in this match where Lundroff has had chances at the double. He's not taken them. He has been punished. That scoreline could look a lot different than it is right now. It is a long way back for Linus. 5-0 in a race to 6. A reminder that coming up next, we are going to move into the last 32 on the stream. We are going to be seeing the number 4 seed Daniel Larsson, yesterday's runner-up, begin his bid for that 9th title. Once again, he'll be going up against Anton Östlund in an all-Swedish affair in the last 32. Then we'll see Daniel Kortbeck back on the stream. And it looks like he'll be playing Alexander Thorvaldsen unless we see an epic comeback from Linus Lundroff. Ton there gets him down to a 2-figure finish. Thorvaldsen doesn't put much of a dent in that 177, so Lundroff, he'll expect to get 2 bites of the cherry from here. And it is a dart at tops. Another dart missed. Will he get another go, or will Thorvaldsen win it in style? Needed the treble 19 to get a shot at double 8. Tees up tops. Can Lundroff get off the mark? No, he can't. More missed doubles for Lundroff. It's been a disaster on the finishing for Lundroff. He's going to get another visit to finally see that O go next to his name. He's not going to take it. Frustration for Lundroff. Thorvaldsen now double 5 to get over the line. It's a 6-0 win for Iceland's number one, Alexander Thorvaldsen, but it's a match where Linus Lundroff had plenty of chances, could have won 2, 3, possibly 4 of those legs, but he didn't take his chances. He has been whitewashed by 6 legs to 0, and it is Alexander Thorvaldsen who takes a step closer towards securing his spot in that PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. He will get that rematch with Daniel Kortbeck coming up in the last 32. But coming up next, we are moving into the second round, and it is going to be Daniel Larsson going up against Anton Östlund. Welcome back to Gothenburg, the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 8. And what a start for Daniel Larsson as he kicks off his bid for that 9th title on the tour with a maximum. A great run yesterday in Pro Tour 7, making it to his first final of the season, where he just fell short in the final hurdle, a 6-1 defeat to Darius Labanauskas. He kicks off his campaign today against Anton Östlund, who also enjoyed his best run of the season so far yesterday, making it to the quarterfinals. Östlund there, another treble would have got him down to a finish as well, but Larsson got 2 visits to clean up this 1-6-1. Goes treble this there, so Östlund can put a bit of pressure on. Manages to find 2 trebles. He's going to get a go at that 82 to take the opening leg against the throw. Well, he was chasing that treble 15, wasn't he? Because that first start looked like it was blocking the ball. Single 15 would have left a shot at it, but he tried to hit the treble to leave a different double, and he doesn't get a go at a double in the leg. Daniel Larsson takes out the 60 there to take the opening leg. We are now into the last 32 of today's Pro Tour. A few first round matches still going on the outside boards, and a match that I mentioned in the last game, Bjorn Leon was 4-1 up on Jonas Masselin. Well, Masselin has produced an excellent comeback. He's won 5 legs on the spin to beat Bjorn Leon 6-4. Move into the last 32. And that's a big result in terms of the race for the Nordic and Baltic Championship, because at the start of play today, Bjorn Leon, Östlund fires in a 180 there. Leon was in 24th spot, the final spot in the field for the Jan Hoffman Trophy, as Larsson returns the favour with a 180 of his own. It's going to be one dart at the ball. Larsson has got a chance here to get the first breaker throw. Be a dart at double 18. Pulls it inside. Scratch of the chin there with that last one, because that second one was a beauty. It gave him a chance. He's not going to get another go in this leg. Östlund cleans up in 14 to level things up. We'll have more of this. Look at this. Larsson averaging close to 102. Östlund almost at a ton as well. We know Daniel Larsson, he is one of the biggest scorers on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. And Östlund, his nickname's 1 ton, but he can certainly hit bigger scores than that when he gets going. Yeah, that defeat for Bjorn Leon, that has opened the door for a few players below him in the rankings, if they can pick up a few wins today to push themselves into that top 24. It's all about being in those spots come the end of the season following Pro Tour 12. That will get you a place in the end of season finals, the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. That was a tournament that we saw both of these players involved in. Anton Östlund enjoyed a run to the quarterfinals, and Daniel Larsson went one better, going to the semis, where he come unstuck to the same player that Anton did, Edwin Torbjörnsson, who beat them both in last leg deciders. before losing out to Teemu Harju in the final. A ton there for Östlund. Gets him down to a similar finish to Daniel Larsson. Larsson, good start. It's a good second, tops. Almost a 1-4-2 finish for Larsson. Can Östlund threaten the 1-4-6? Not on this occasion. He needed 2 big trebles to get down to a finish as well. And Larsson come back for double 10. Now double 5 to move back in front. 2-17 darters on throw for Daniel Larsson. Few last 32 matches underway on the outside boards. Yesterday's winner, Darius Labanauskas, looks to be heading towards victory. He's 5-1 up on Lucas Lee Hegaret. Labanauskas today with a first chance to chase a little bit of history on this tour. He won his 15th title yesterday to move second on the all-time list. And if he were to do the double in Gothenburg this weekend, it would put him level with Kim Viljanen on 16 titles and become the joint most successful player in this tour's history. Darius has moved up to number 2 on the rankings as well, following that win yesterday. The number 1, Core Decker, in a spot of bother again. He lost in the last 32 yesterday, currently trailing Andreas Hallgårdhus 5-3. And Hallgårdhus has just missed the ball for a 130 to get over the line 6-3. We'll keep you updated with that one. But Östlund, that 140, puts himself in a good position to hold his throw again. Larsson gets down to a finish not too far behind, but Östlund got 1 dart at tops to level. Just lower the target. Larsson is going to get 2 darts at double 12. That looks a good guide. And he uses it. Larsson has got the first breaker throw. He moves into a 3-1 lead. Östlund missed a dart to level, and Larsson takes out that 84 to move 3-1 up. And on the outside boards, Cord Decker has just survived a couple more match darts from Andreas Hallgårdhus. He's now trailing 5-4. But it is Hallgårdhus with the serve in that 10th leg to hand the Sheriff another early exit on the tour this weekend. Regardless of what happens today, Cord Decker will be number 1 come the end of the weekend with 4 events to go, but another early defeat today would open the door for the chasing pack to close in on that number 1 spot, including this man, Daniel Larsson, a title for him today. It would put him into 2nd spot, just €400 behind Cord Decker, with just those 2 weekends to go. Troubleless visit there for Larsson, but he has got time on his side. And on the outside boards, Andreas Hallgårdhus has just taken out a 101 to beat Cord Decker 6-4. So it is a pair of last 32 defeats for the number 1 on this tour this weekend, Cord Decker. He's won 2 titles. He's made a further 2 finals in the first 6 events, but it is first match exits for the Sheriff this weekend in Gothenburg. Larsson wants tops to move 4-1 up. Again, good adjustment with a second dart. That is 3 legs on the spin for Larson. 2 legs away from a place in the last 16. Andreas Gordos, he's into the third round, as is Darius Labanauskas. He has completed that 6-1 win over Lucas Lee Hagaret in his first match today. So he is potentially now 4 matches away from moving level at the top of the all-time list. If he can win his 16th title today. As for Kordeka, well, it is 2 matches played, 2 defeats in Sweden this weekend. But he's not going to have a lot of time to mull over those defeats, because he is going to be heading off, I assume, very shortly now to Leicester. A pair of Players' Championships taking place tomorrow and on Tuesday. A few other players that are in action today that will also be playing in those Pro Tour events. Likes of Oskar Lukasiak, Darius Labanauskas, Victor Tingstrom. They're all going to be making that trip over to the UK following play today. And Larson, you get a go. A double 14, that would have been a 104 to move 1 away from a place in the third round. Anton Östlund, this 86, you feel has got to go. Going to be 1 dart at the ball. You can't find it. So Larson, 3 darts in hand here. Double 14 only needs the 1. He's pulling away here. It's now a double break in his favour. He's 5-1 up. Now throwing to complete a 6-1 win. It was 1 match off winning his 9th title on this tour yesterday, and the title, it would have put him up into 2nd spot. It would have put him into the World Championship spots provisionally. But he knows that a big run today, a title, that would guarantee him moving into 2nd. If results go his way elsewhere, he may not need to get the title. It could be a final or a semi-final that is enough to get him up into 2nd. The way he's performed in this one, if he can carry on this level, he's certainly going to take some beating today. Starts on the 19s, and that is an excellent visit. Östlund needs at least 1 treble. He's not going to find one, so Larson, 6 darts at least here from 132, doesn't need to go the ball route. Very almost took out the 132 there on double 12. We'll come back with 3 clear darts at double 6 to end Anton Östlund's Pro Tour 8 campaign. This for a place in the last 16. And that is another couple of match darts missed for Larson. It's a big ask for Östlund. The 148 needs to be perfect. Scratch to the head. Will he get another go? Larson edging closer. And he gets over the line. Yesterday's runner-up, Daniel Larson, is up and running in Pro Tour 8 today. He lost 6-1 in the final to Darius Labanauskas yesterday, but he's brushed that disappointment behind him. He's beaten his fellow Swede Anton Östlund 6-1 in the last 32. He advances to the third round here in Pro Tour 8, and we are going to find out who his opponent will be in the third round, because coming up next, we are going to see Denmark's Daniel Kortbæk go up against Alexander Thorvaldsen. Welcome back to Gothenburg. Second round action continuing here in Pro Tour 8 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And just like the last match, Daniel Larsson kicked things off with a 180. Alexander Thorvaldsen has just done the same. The winner of this match will play Larsson in the last 16. Another 180 for Thorvaldsen. This could be a potential 11 darter to kick off the match. How about that? An 11 dart holder throw for Alexander Thorvaldsen. What a start for Iceland's premier player. You'd see these two players in action on the stream earlier, their first round matches in today's Pro Tour. Daniel Kortbæk getting over the line against his fellow Dane Andreas Toft Jørgensen. 6 legs to 4, real back and forth match, that one. It was a 90 finish from Kortbæk in the ninth leg that really did push him towards victory when it looked like Jørgensen had turned the match around. As for Thorvaldsen, well, it was a whitewash win over Linus Lundroth, 6-0, but Lundroth had an absolute nightmare on the doubles. There was at least 3 legs in that match where he had several darts to win legs and he didn't take them. Bullseye for Kortbæk. Very nearly level in the match. He is going to get another go. It's for a level game. And he takes it. 2 holes of throw to kick things off in this last 32 match. Another 180 for Thorvaldsen, the third already. Daniel Kortbeck, he made the last 32 on his debut yesterday, so he's looking to break new ground today. If he can win this match, he'll be into the last 16 for the first time. Although that opening visit at 7 is not going to threaten a break a throw, considering Thorvaldsen seems to be hitting 180s for fun when he is serving first. Once again, down to a finish after 9 darts on throw makes you very difficult to be broken. 300 plus points between the two players in this leg. It means Thorvaldsen can just tee up the double that he wants, and it is going to be 32. Double 16 for Thorvaldsen. It's 3 darts missed, but he's going to get at least half a dozen more. Again, puts 3 darts on the outside of that double 16. Could have been a potential 13 dart leg. May end up being a 19 dart leg. That's the best it could be now. Eventually gets over the line. 9 darts at that double 16. There's not going to be many legs where you get that many chances. It is Thorvaldsen that takes it, moves back in front. And this is an important match for the Icelander because at the start of play today, he was 23rd in the PDC Nordic and Baltic rankings. Top 24 players following Pro Tour 12 at the end of September will be heading off to Denmark for the second staging of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. Thorvaldsen was very, very close to getting into that tournament last year, finishing 2 spots and just 25 euros off those places. So you'll want to make sure he's in the field this year, make a little bit of history as well. I know it's still early days in that tournament, but he would be the first player from Iceland to qualify. A win here is worth an extra 100 euros to his rankings, so it would push him up a little bit further in the table. Kortbeck not going to take out the 118, but does leave a single to double when he comes back. To level things up. Tops. It's 2 darts missed for Daniel Kortbeck. Alexander Thorvaldsen has got a chance here to get the first breaker throw. He needed a treble with one of the first 2 darts for the Shanghai attempt. Kortbeck has gone inside on the double 5. With the second dart, it's the worst possible place it can go. Thorvaldsen gets another chance. He has bust his score. Can you believe it? 60 left with 3 darts, and you've hit the treble 20. That is a big error from Thorvaldsen. Can he put that behind him here? Because that was a real missed opportunity to get a breaker throw and get a bit of breathing space in this match. Plenty of action going on the outside boards. As I mentioned, we are now fully into the last 32 here in Gothenburg. And a few other big names in action on the outside boards, including last year's number 1, Andreas Harrison. He's just opened up a 2-0 lead against one of yesterday's semi-finalists, Andreas Nielsen. Yanni Havisto, who was the number 2 heading into the weekend. He has dropped to number 4. Did go out in his first match yesterday, but he's looked at 3 legs apiece with Martin Ollison and Jonas Gravesen, one of the first-time winners on the tour this year. Currently leads the Nordic and Baltic champion Teemu Harju 4-2. That match on the outside boards as well. You can follow all of the matches. tv.dartsconnect.com. Head on over to the PDC Nordic and Baltic weekend for Sweden. You can follow score for score, how your favourite players are getting on. That 140 has just given Thorvaldsen a bit of a cushion in this leg. He will come back once again at single to double. This time he gets the single. He can't find the double, so Kortbeck with an outside chance. Not going to take the 149 to Thorvaldsen to go back in front and for a 5th consecutive holder throw in this match. Goes into the wrong bed. Kortbeck will be kicking himself that he didn't put more of a dent in his score in the last visit, and he's missed the big number there. I believe he did that in the last match. Andreas Toft Jurgensen chasing a treble 11. He's done it again there on the 1-2-1. It's meant he hasn't got a dart at a double. He's going to get another chance here. Thorvaldsen has fluffed his lines in this leg. And Kortbeck has stepped in. He's raised the hand there. He knows that that leg has probably not gone to its rightful owner. But he has taken it. And that is the first breaker throw in this match. It goes to the Dane. As I mentioned earlier, these two met in the first round yesterday on the outside boards. It was a match that did go all the way to a final leg. And the first 4 legs of this match were all one on throw. The first 4 legs in yesterday's match were, in fact, all breaks of throw. But then after that, the next 7 legs were all holds of throw. And it was Kortbeck that did get over the line in the decider. Despite kicking that final leg off with a score of 11, he managed to just chip away at his score and get it done in 24 darts. Had some good finishes in that match as well. A 93, a 107, a 100 exactly. So his finishing was certainly good at times in that match. And that is much better from Alexander Thorvaldsen. He's found the power scoring again, a 140 followed by a 180. Now, can he do the hard bit, get the finishing done here, and level things up? That looks to be a loose one again. It's going to be 1 dart at double eight. We have ourselves a level game just like that after all the missed doubles in the last leg for Vaulton. One dart, and he takes it this time to level up. And again, a 180. The 180s are flying in here. That part of his game is certainly on point. For Vaulton, he's had 5 180s now in 6 and a couple of visits. 6 legs and a couple of visits. Switches to the 19s, finds the treble, leaves the finish. We've got another player through to the last 16. Jonas Gravison, the Pro Tour 3 champion. He's beaten Teemu Harju 6-2. My apologies. Jonas Gravison, not the Pro Tour 3 champion. He was a Pro Tour 3 semi-finalist. He lost to Jonas Sorensen. He could be a champion in waiting. He's had some good runs this year, a couple of semi-finals, including yesterday. For Vaulton, more missed doubles there. Kortbecker's got a chance to break again. And he does just that. That is third breaker throw in a row. So we had 4 holds. Now we've had 3 breaks. Another player through to the last 16. Yanni Havisto lost his first match in Pro Tour 7 yesterday, but he's up and running in Pro Tour 8 today. He's beaten Martin Ollison 6-3. You know, the winner of this match will go up against the number 4 seed Daniel Larsson in the last 16. Kortbeck finds a treble, gets down to a checkout first. 2 big trebles there for Vaulton, leaves a more makeable 106. He will get a go at it. This for another breaker throw and to level things up again. It's going to be 1 dart, double 16 for a 106 finish. Alexander Vaulton, once again, his throw's broken. He gets that break immediately back in the next leg. Just like in the 6th leg, he's done it with a 15 darter. So the 4 legs that he's won, he's had that 11 darter in the first leg. He's had a pair of 15 darters against the throw. It's been some good stuff here from him. It's just not quite been as consistent as he would have liked. And it has meant that Daniel Kortbecker's still been right in this match, despite averaging just under 70. There is that gap in the averages. Kortbecker's just stuck in there. He's taken some chances that have been presented his way. Like his first round match against Andreas Toft Jurgensen, he is right in it here. Vaulton drifting into the 1, but he is down to a finish first. Kortbeck, though, he's going to be right behind him here. 2 big trebles. He's got a little bit of margin for error with this 116. It'll be 19s. It will be, but needed 4 of them to get down to tops. It's not really put much of a dent in that for Waldson. You get 1 dart, double 18. Goes inside. And these are the sort of finishes that Daniel Kortbeck took out when these two played yesterday. But he's not going to take it now. And you see in the background for Waldson just giving himself a bit of a G up there. And he takes out that double 9 first start to move back in front. The first time since leading 2-1. Iceland's number 1. It's 1 leg away from a place in the last 16 in that matchup with Daniel Larsson. Kortbeck is going to have to hold and then find another breaker throw in the decider if he is going to beat Alexander Thorvaldsen for the second time in as many days on the Pro Tour. A few other matches just getting underway on the outside boards. Mio Varela and Oskar Lukasiak 1 leg apiece. Edwin Torbjörnsson and Jonas Maslin also just getting underway. Those are all last 32 matches. And that's the perfect first start. And he follows it up nicely. Daniel Kortbeck with a maximum just when he needed it. Are we about to go to a final leg between these two players? They went 11 legs yesterday in the first round. Are we about to go all the way here again for Waldson? All he can do is try and leave a smaller number as possible and hope that Daniel Kortbeck doesn't take out this 76. Well, that's made it difficult. Doesn't go the 25 ball route. Tried to find a treble. Doesn't get a dart at a double. And for Waldson, wants double 18. 2 match darts missed. Kortbeck is coming back. He's hit a double 18 instead of a single. It's left him this tricky double 11. But he manages to find it. And we are going all the way once again. These two players played out an 11 leg thriller yesterday on the outside boards. Daniel Kortbeck won it. He had the throw in the decider. This time it's Alexander Thorvaldsen throwing first. He's got a slight advantage. Treble visit, followed by another one. It's a loose last one. Kortbeck makes the adjustment with a second, but strays with the third. You can tell this is an important match for both players. For Waldson to boost his hopes of qualifying for that Nordic and Baltic Championship. Daniel Kortbeck just to break new ground. Yesterday was his debut on the tour and he made the last 32. This to get to the last 16 for the first time would be another milestone ticked off. He's got work to do, and that first start, finding the single, means that he can't leave a finish. He is right behind Alexander Thorvaldsen, just 28 points behind. He has got 2 visits guaranteed here. Drifts into the one again. It's a good recovery with the last one. What can Daniel Kortbeck leave here? That is the beauty of a first dart. Just clatters into the treble five, and it's hardly anything to separate the two here. They're both on low ton finishes. For Wilson with the first look at one. He wants double 16. And Alexander for Wilson has avenged that defeat to Daniel Kortbeck yesterday. He lost 6-5 in the first round when they met just 24 hours ago. But Alexander for Wilson has returned the favour. A 102 finish in the decider means that he moves through to the last 16 of Pro Tour 8. And he will be going up against Daniel Larson. And you can see there, that is the next match coming up on the live stream. We're into the last 16 in Gothenburg, the final Pro Tour event of the weekend on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, our fourth of 6 weekends. Got two players that we've seen plenty of on the live stream so far today. Daniel Larsson taking on Alexander Thorvaldsen in the board final, with a spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs. Thorvaldsen looking to make the quarterfinals for the second time in his career. He broke new ground at the start of the season with a run to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 1 in Riga. We mentioned it in his last game, one of the players that is in the mix at the bottom end of the top 24 in the rankings to try and get into that Nordic and Baltic Championship this year. As for his opponent, Daniel Larsson, he'll have no concerns about being involved in that tournament. Currently sitting in 4th spot. He is eyeing up potential return to Ali Pali. Tops for the opener. And that is a pretty confident start from the Swede. A 119 finish to take the opener in 15 darts. That race for the World Championship, the top 2 players come the end of the season after 12 events. We'll be going to Ali Pali. Kordeka is the number 1. He's had a couple of early exits this weekend, but he will stay top of the rankings come the end of the weekend. Yesterday was Darius Labanauskas that moved into 2nd spot, beating Daniel Larsson in the final of yesterday's Pro Tour, but there is just €300 separating Labanauskas, Yanni Avisto in 3rd and Larsson in 4th. So there's a chance for any of those 3 players to finish the weekend in a provisional spot for the Worlds. And Larsson has made a very strong start here. 15 darter to hold and 180 and a 140 to kick off this second leg on the Thorvaldsen throw. Doesn't need to go for the ball. He goes for it anyway. Thought he might have just laid up for tops or double 16 there, with his opponent not being on a finish. He is now, though. So he's going to have to use another dart to get down to a double. Finds double 10. It's back to back 15 darters for Daniel Larsson, averaging a ton. He looks to race into the quarterfinals of today's Pro Tour. The last 16 field is starting to really take shape now. We've got a few last 32 matches still going on the outside boards. Oskar Lukasiak 5-3 up on Mio Varela. Edwin Torbjörnsson leading Jonas Masselin 4-2 and Rautas Meldris 4-0 up on Charlie Ekberg. Some of the matches going on. Andreas Harrison has fallen at the last 32 at a 6-4 defeat to Andreas Nilsson. It could be Andreas Nilsson that awaits the winner of this one in the quarterfinals. Larsson leaves tops after 12. This could be a 3rd consecutive leg 1 in 5 visits for the Swede. It's a 13 dart hold for Daniel Larsson. He's averaging almost 105. He's in top 3 all-time average territory here on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. The record for those interested, 107.80. That was produced by Andreas Harrison a couple of years ago on the tour. Larson does have the 4th highest average. That was recorded last year in the Jan Hoffman Trophy. And Larson defeated Harrison 6-4 with a 103.36. He's threatening to produce a similar average here at potentially the halfway point of the match. He is 3-0 up. And again, it's another 2 treble visit from Larson. Doesn't leave a finish yet. He will after this next visit. Well, Waldson comes back with a maximum. He was hitting plenty of those in his last match against Daniel Kortbeck. It was a ton-plus finish that got him over the line in that decider. This to get off the mark. He does just that. It's a 14-darter to hold for Alexander Thorvaldsen. It was a much-needed leg that. Had he lost the leg 4-0 and a double breakdown, the writing could have been on the wall there for him. He's just given himself a lifeline there with that 5-visit leg of his own. Couple of results to bring you on the outside boards. Oskar Lukasiak has beaten Mio Varela 6-3. That match in the last 32. Johan Engstrom, the Sweet Ferret, he has gone out in the last 32, a 6-4 defeat to Bent Lambertson. Couple of players closing in on victories. Edwin Torbjörnsen 5-2 up on Jonas Masselin. Valters Meldris 5-0 up on Charlie Ekberg. Larson looking at 1-3-8 to open up that 3-leg lead again. Tees up tops when he comes back, and this could be yet another 5-visit leg. First 4 legs have been won in 15, 15, 13 and 14. That's 3 darts missed for Larson. And for Waldson, take out another ton-plus finish today. Couldn't find a treble that he needed. So Larson coming back. He's having to go around the houses in this leg. There's more missed doubles. It's so clinical at the start of this match, but giving his opponent a lifeline here. Or Waldson takes it back-to-back legs. The Icelander. .13 gap in the averages, but there's just 1 leg between the 2 players. We are on throw. Couple more results on the outside boards. Valters Meldris has completed that whitewash of Charlie Ekberg 6-0. Edwin Torbjörnsen has beaten Jonas Masselin 6-2. That's a big result for Edwin. Currently 33rd now in the live rankings. So he's got work to do to get back into the field for the Nordic and Baltic Championship, a tournament where he reached the final last year. Well, Waldson has boosted his own chances of getting in that event with this run to the last 16 so far today. We want to go even further, and after a red hot start from his opponent, he's still playing to a very high level, averaging 97. For Waldson has got himself right back into it. There's 3 points between the players in this leg for Waldson, with the first go to leave a finish. Larson picks off a treble as well. It'll be tops for Alexander. Goes low. That was a dart to level at 3-all. Larson to regain the lead. Going to get one dart at tops. Goes high of the target for Waldson. 3 darts in hand to level. Finds it with the last dart. The first 2 didn't look to be helpful guides for him, but he makes the adjustment. And from 3-0 down, Alexander Thorvaldsen has levelled this match up at 3 legs apiece. Mentioned that race for the World Championship spots. Darius Labanauskas currently occupying 2nd in the rankings. He's taken a 3-0 lead on Simon Back. Today's conqueror of Cordecca, Andreas Horgordhus, has just taken the opener against Joel Bielermo. Those 2 other last 16 matches that are underway on the outside boards. Waldson looks to have found some form here. A couple of tons followed by the 140, and it's a good position he's found himself on the Larson throw here. Larson replies with a 140 of his own for Waldson. You'd think we'll get at least one more visit in this leg unless Larson can take out a big finish. It's not going to go. This 64 for a 4th leg in a row. 1 dart at tops. That is a beauty. Double 12. And that is a brilliant rescue act for Daniel Larson. Survived a dart at tops from his opponent to be broken. Holds his throw. Goes back in front. Was that the big opportunity for Alexander Thorvaldsen? Would have gone in front for the first time. He would have been a break up in the match as well. He's going to need to break the Daniel Larson throw again in this match if he is going to get over the line. Will he get a better opportunity than that? It's a couple of big trebleless visits to start the leg on throw, and Larson maybe smelling blood here because he's kicked off the leg with a 140 and a ton. You see exasperation on the face of Thorvaldsen. The last minute or so of play, the pendulum has swung in this one. Larson comes up trying that visit for Thorvaldsen. finds a treble. Great find from Larson as well. Come back to have a look at that 101. Great 5-3 lead for Vulton. Tap on the shoulder there with that 140. He's going to get a go at this 78, this to level things up again. Once again, it's one dart at tops. Chances missed by Alexander Thorvaldsen. Will he be punished again? Yes, he will. And you see the reaction from Daniel Larson there. The last couple of legs. Alexander Thorvaldsen has had a dart at tops at the end of a combination finish. Not taking the chance, and this could have been 5-3 Thorvaldsen instead. It is 5-3 Larson. Yesterday's Pro Tour 7 runner-up is now throwing for a place in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 8 today. We do have our first player through to the quarterfinals, and it is the number 2, the man chasing history on the tour today, Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas. He's into the last 8. He's beaten Simon Back 6-0 with an 88 average. Daniel Larson, the number 4 seed, the World Championship qualifying rival, could be just a couple of visits away from joining him in the last 8. Once again, closing that gap to €300 to the World Championship spots. He's going to come back, have a look at this 84 to book his spot in the quarterfinals. He's got 2 visits if he needs them. Doesn't need to go the ball route. It's just going to be a set-up shot here to leave tops for Vulton. Done so well to get back in the match from 3-0 down to level at 3-3. He may be about to lose 3 legs on the spin for the second time, and that could be the end. Daniel Larson moves into the quarterfinals. It was a match where we had 3-leg bursts from both players. Larson to go 3-0 up for Vulton to level at 3-3. Crucially, the next 2 legs for Vulton, a missed dart at tops in both those legs, and Larson took his chances. He wins the next 3 legs to complete a 6-3 win. Yesterday's runner-up. Can he go one better today? He's beaten Alexander Thorvaldsen 6-3, and he marches on to the quarterfinals. Welcome back to Gothenburg, and we're continuing in the last 16, third round action in Pro Tour 8 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. What a matchup we've got in prospect here. Yanni Avisto, 8-time title winner on this tour, currently third in the rankings, going up against one of the current PDC tour card holders, and a player still searching for their first title on this tour, Victor Tingstrom. This is a match that certainly carries permutations in the race for the PDC World Championship as well. Yesterday, Darius Labanauskas won Pro Tour 7 and it moved him up to second in the rankings, moved him into a spot for Ali Pali. Yanni Bisto, he started the weekend in second, dropped down to third now, but just €200 behind. And a win in this match would put him back to within €100 of Darius Labanauskas and that provisional World Championship spot. A good start here from Havisto, leaving 68 after 12. Tingstrom is going to leave a finish himself with that 180. So pressure coming in here, and it's only going to be a double 12. And that is a brilliant start for the finisher, living up to his nickname there. First start drifting into the 5. It may have ended up being a shot at the ball. He finds the treble 13, gets the dart at the bigger target, the double 12. And that was actually a breaker throw, I should say. Avisto breaking the Tingstrom throw in the opening leg. It's been an impressive return this year for Yanni to the tour. Took an 8-year break from playing on the PDC MB circuit. Wanted to focus on life at home, raising a young family. He's come back to darts this year on the Premier circuit in this part of the world, and that opening weekend when he returned, winning Pro Tour 2, his first title in 12 years, qualifying for a Euro Tour as well. So we are going to see him represent Finland again in the World Cup of Darts next month. You may remember it was Yanni who teamed up with Jarkko Komula, who had that incredible run to the semi-finals back in 2012. This time Yanni will be partnering up with a debutant in Jonas Masselin. Good recovery with the last start there from Havisto. Tingstrom may only get one dart at tops here to get that break back. Goes lower the target. Havisto here to hold his throw, double his lead. It's going to be one dart at the ball. Doesn't threaten it on this occasion. So it looks like we are going to see two breaks of throw here. Tingstrom finds the double 10, and we have ourselves a level game. Gets that break back immediately. The quarterfinals here in Pro Tour 8 starting to take shape. We do know half of the quarterfinalists today. And the winner of this one will go up against the number 6 seed, Jonas Gravesen, that in the bottom quarter of the draw. The quarter immediately above them, we have got yesterday's winner, Darius Labanauskas, already through. He will go up against the winner of Oscar Lukasiak and Johnny Pedersen. And then looking at the top half of the draw, Andreas Hallgordhus, who's followed up his win against the number one seed Core Decker with another win. He's into the quarterfinals, where he'll play either Bent Lambertson or Valters Meldris. Lambertson currently 5-4 up on his Latvian opponent. In our last match on the live stream, we just saw Daniel Larsson beat Alexander Thorvaldsen, yesterday's runner-up. He will go up against Andreas Nilsson, a semi-finalist yesterday, or Matthias Jönsson, who are currently locked at one leg apiece in their last 16 tie. Visto needs to feel the treble to leave a finish, and he does exactly that. Gets himself right back into this leg. Tingstrom moving across the hockey to find that treble 19, which he does. It's a shot at the ball. Almost pulls off the ton plus finish there. You saw Yanni peering round the corner to see where that dart had gone. He's not going to take out a ton plus finish, and Tingstrom has got 2 darts at 8-8. Now 4-4. That could be costly. Visto was clinical on the finishing in the last time that Tingstrom started a leg. Now he wants 16. He can't take the chance this time. Both players have missed darts in this leg. Tingstrom gets over the line on 2-2. Back-to-back legs for the Belkin boy, who is, I mentioned, still searching for that first PDC MB title. Best run he's had on this tour is a semi-final on 3 occasions, 2 of them coming in our most recent weekend in Vexy. Made the semis in Pro Tours 5 and 6. Visto, one of the most successful players on this circuit. That title in Pro Tour 2 is 8th of his career. There is only 4 players that have won more titles than him on this tour. And he got his campaign underway with a 6-3 win against Martin Olesen in the last 32. As for Victor Tingstrom, a 6-2 win against Ralph Slomanis in the last 64, and then come through a real nerve shredder in the last 32. Against Tom Vaya, 4-1 down in that match. So Visto takes out the 78 to level up here. Tingstrom, he won 4 legs on the spin to go 5-4 up. It looks like he survived 1, possibly 2 match starts in that decider. Another maximum for Yanni. For him, it's all about the race to the World Championship. His closest rivals for those World Championship spots, that second spot, Darius Labanauskas and Daniel Larsson, they are both into the quarterfinals. So Yanni will want to at least match that, keep himself in the hunt. There is just €300 separating that trio of players as things stand. It's making a good go of breaking the Tingstrom throw here. 1-2-1 left after 9 darts. Trembleless visit there for Visto. He'll probably expect to get another go here. Tingstrom needed 2 trebles to get a shot at a double in that combination. He's going to leave himself handy just in case he gets another go. It's 68 Visto took out in the first leg. And he's taking it out again. It's back-to-back 15 darters for Yanni Havisto. Regains the lead here. And his 8 titles that he's won on this tour. He won the first 2 of them back in 2012. First year that we had what was then called the SDC, the Scandinavian Darts Corporation. The following year, picking up 3 titles. 6th and 7th coming in 2014, a year where he topped the rankings, and then that 8th title coming 12 years later, back in February this year. And we have seen Yanni play twice at Ali Pali before. Debut back in 2013 when he beat his World Cup partner, Jarkko Kommila, in the prelims before giving Gary Anderson a bit of a scare in the first round. Then saw him a couple of years later as well playing the prelims, but were he to qualify this year, it'd be a first appearance at the Palace of Darts in 12 years. One treble visit there for Tingstrom gets him down to finishing range, and that first dart, not ideal, but it's a good adjustment. With the second and third, Tingstrom will start on the 19s. 4 of those will leave tops. That is an excellent finish from Victor Tingstrom. Levels up this last 16 match with a 116 finish. Breaks the Yanni Havisto throw, and we are back on serve here. Can tell you another couple of results from the last 16 in the last few minutes. Oscar Lukasiak has averaged 91 in a 6-0 win over Johnny Pedersen. He will go up against Darius Labanauskas in the quarterfinals. Lukasiak, Labanauskas in that quarter. And a much closer game in the last 16 between Bent Lambertson and Wouters Melderis. It is the Dane, Lambertson, who has moved into the last 8. And he's set up an all-Danish quarterfinal against Andreas Horgortus in the top quarter of the draw. So we do have just 2 spots left in today's quarterfinal lineup. The other last 16 match, 2 legs apiece between Andreas Nilsson and Matthias Jönsson. Tingstrom tees up tops when he comes back. Havisto putting a dent in the 306, but could be too little too late here. Could be back-to-back legs for Tingstrom. Finds tops with the last dart. It's back-to-back 15 darters for the PDC tour card holder. He's had a lot of deep runs on the tour this year, a couple of semi-finals in Vexy. Made the quarterfinals yesterday. He's now 2 legs away from a place in the last 8 again today. The run yesterday saw Victor beat Per Rihinen 6-1, Bent Lambertson 6-4, Johan Engstrom 6-4, before losing out to Jonas Gravesen 6-4 in a match that he led 4-3 before losing the last 3 legs of the match. 180 there for Tingstrom has got himself right back into this leg. Visto leaving a finish after 9 darts. Tingstrom will be leaving something a little bit smaller, the 161. It's another 180. Back-to-back maximums for Tingstrom. Raise the eyebrows there from Yanni. His throw is under threat here. It's going to be 1 dart at 9. He pulls it inside. Grimace there from Victor. Will he get another go? Well, it's 6. No, he will not. That is some brilliant finishing from the finisher. See the reaction from him there. He knows how important that 2 dart visit was. We have ourselves a level game once again at 4-4. Visto has led 1-0 and 3-2. Tingstrom has led 2-1 and 4-3. It is now essentially the best of 3. To find out who will go up against Jonas Gravesen in the quarterfinals. Will we see a rematch between Tingstrom and Gravesen from the quarterfinals yesterday? Or will Yanni Avisto close the gap back to €100 for those World Championship spots? Important few minutes coming up for both players here. Avisto's persistence on that treble 20 pays off. He finds the second one. Got a 100-point lead against the throw here. Tingstrom staying up there as well. Manages to find a treble, but Avisto stolen the darts in this leg. He's going to leave a finish first. You'd have expected to leave a better one than that. Tingstrom can claw back the advantage here if he can find 1 treble. He can't, he comes up dry. Visto going to tee up tops. He will expect to come back unless Tingstrom can pull off another ton plus finish. He's had a 116, this 140 a lot more difficult because you need trebles and doubles. You can't afford a single. Leaves double 12. And he's going to get a go at it. Visto looks towards that tops. He can't believe none of them darts have found its way to that red bit. Tingstrom now 6 to edge back in front. And he finds it. 3 darts missed for Yanni Avisto to break, and he would have thrown for the match now, but instead he's throwing. And we are going all the way to a final leg here. There's been hardly anything to separate these two players. 10 legs in. Biggest lead that one player has had is just a solitary leg. Here's Tingstrom with the advantage of throwing first. Finds a treble with the last dart there. Couldn't afford 2 visits without a big treble. Visto shuts his eyes. He can't believe he's not found a treble himself there. Tingstrom got a switch. And a great visit there from Victor Tingstrom. 2 big trebles. Back comes Visto. Wants to stay there. It's a ton. So the advantage is with Tingstrom here on throw. Got a 57-point lead. Again, switching that first dart, a real blocker. You see the reaction on his face there. Could have really done some damage with that last visit in the setup shot. But that dart bouncing out for Visto means he's not going to leave a finish. Victor Tingstrom has got 6 darts minimum here to clean up these 151 points and get himself into the quarterfinals. Perfect first dart, treble 17. Shot's not going to go in this visit, but he's going to leave it very handy. Single to double when he comes back. All Yanni Avisto can do is try and pile in a big score, put the pressure on. And he's done that with a 140. He's right behind Victor Tingstrom here. But he's going to get match darts first. It's going to be 2 at tops. One dart left, double 10. It's 2 match darts missed for Tingstrom. Yanni Avisto's finishing in this match. He's had some excellent finishes in this range. It's another bounce out. What are the chances of that? That dart has not found the board. 2 bounce outs that Avisto has had in the last couple of visits. That was a wicked bounce out. Avisto doesn't take out the 84 with 2 darts that enter the board. Tingstrom has got 3 more match darts now to knock out the number 3 seed. Shuffles along the hockey. Can he use that as a guide? Well, he's going to have to go upstairs now. Double 5. 3 more darts missed for Tingstrom. Avisto probably feared the worst. He will now get match darts if he can get his darts to stay in the board. He can. It's double 16. And Yanni Avisto is into the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 8. He survived a massive scare there. Victor Tingstrom still searching for his first title on this tour. Misses 5 match darts in the decider. And Yanni Avisto gets over the line. He marches on to the quarterfinals. He closes the gap on the World Championship spots once again to €100. He will go up against Jonas Gravesen in the quarterfinals. Coming up next, we are going to see that all-Danish quarterfinal on the live stream. Andreas Hallgaardhus, the man that knocked out the number 1 Kordecker earlier today, going up against Bent Lambertson. That match coming up very shortly. Welcome back to Gothenburg, and have you caught your breath from that last match? Because we are right back at it. We're into the quarterfinals now of Pro Tour 8 here on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And we've got an all Danish affair to focus on here. Andreas Hulgårdhus taking on Bent Lambertson for a place in the semi-finals. The other quarterfinals, one of them has just got underway. Darius Labanauskas, yesterday's winner, chasing history, chasing a record equaling 16th title. He's just got his quarterfinal underway against Oscar Lukasiak. Yanni Avisto, who's just survived 5 match darts against Victor Tingstrom in their decider. He's going up against Jonas Gravesen. So that race for the World Championship spots, obviously Core Decker will finish the weekend still at the top, but second spot, well, that could be occupied by one of 3 players. Darius Labanauskas moved into second yesterday, but Yanni Avisto, who held that spot at the start of the weekend, €100 behind, still in the tournament. Daniel Larsson, a further €200 behind. The runner-up yesterday, still in the tournament as well. As for these 2 players, well, Hulgårdhus, he's done a bit of damage today, hasn't he? He's the man that knocked out the number 1 seed Core Decker in the last 32. 6-4 winner against the Sheriff. Then followed that up with a 6-3 win against Joel Björlemo. He's looking to match his personal best on this tour. 2 times he reached the semi-finals last year. Looking to make the semis for a 3rd time in his career today. And Bent Lambertson, this is already a joint personal best. He's been in the quarterfinals in years gone by, but looking to make the semis for the first time. He's now looking at tops for the opening leg. It's a clinical finish from Bent Lambertson. Missed the big number with the first start, but when you're pinning tops with 1 dart in hand, doesn't really matter, does it? He's taken the opener. Lambertson celebrated his 60th birthday last year. He's given up a few years to Andreas Hulgårdhus in this match, but he's probably playing more darts now than he's ever done before. He's regularly on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's played some Challenge Tour this year as well, played European Q School at the start of the year. Played in Q School last year as well. His previous 2 quarterfinals on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He'd won in 2021. We lost out to Marco Cantala 6-2 and actually made a pair of them back in 2023. Losing out to Benjamin Drew Royce, my former pairs partner, 6-1. 6-1 to Asko Niskala in the other one. That was back in June 2023. So this a best run for Lambertson in almost 3 years on the tour. He's got a chance here to get a breaker throw with ton plus finish. Not going to get down to a double in this visit. Hulgårdhus may only get 1 dart at a double here. And appears he has missed the big number. And that is a bit of a mess there. He's ended up, looks like, busting his score as well. And Lambertson stepped in. Again, one dart at a double. It was double 10. And he's hit it. A 2-0 lead for Bent Lambertson. Andreas Gortus has got plenty to think about here. For today, Lambertson had reached the last 32 in 4 of the opening 7 Pro Tours at a first round exit in another one. Didn't play in Vexy 3 weeks ago, but back on the tour this weekend. His run so far today, he's beaten Royan Moen 6-4 in the first round. Johan Engstrom, the Sweet Ferret, 6-4. In the last 16, a 6-5 winner against Wouters Meldris, and fires in the 180 there to leave a ton. That match with Wouters, he was 5-2 up, lost 3 legs on the spin and got over the line in the decider in 18 darts against the throw. May have survived a match start in that one. Lambertson cleans up the ton into, it's an 11 dart holder throw for Bent Lambertson. By far the best leg of the match so far. Pushes his average up into the 90s. He is halfway to booking his spot in a first semi-final on this tour. We do have our final confirmed quarter-finalist. Andreas Gortus fires in a 180 of his own. It is another Dane, Andreas Nilsson, who has beaten Matthias Jönsson 6-4. He will now play Daniel Larsson in our other quarter-final. As Bent Lambertson returns the favour. Another 180. This is good stuff. Lambertson has really found a purple patch here. Should switch. And he does. Picks off another treble. It's another big number missed for Andreas Gortus. Doesn't get a dart at tops. Lambertson has just taken out a 100 finish. It's not going to take out the 128. And that is a visit he'll want to forget quickly. Andreas Gortus is off the mark in this quarter-final. Lambertson had the 11 darter. Gortus returned the favour with a 13 dart hold there. That was much needed. Can that be the leg that gets him going here? It was a disappointing weekend on the tour in Vexy for Andreas Gortus. It's got to be said. Started that weekend in pole position for the Danish team for the PDC World Cup. That was the last block of events before the cut-off, and lost a pivotal match to Jonas Gravesen in Pro Tour 5 in the last 32, a last leg decider. Then lost in the first round of Pro Tour 6, and that opened the door for Jonas Gravesen to move above him in the rankings, and Andreas Toft Jørgensen making the final of Pro Tour 5, that moved him above Andreas Gortus as well. So from starting the weekend first, finished the weekend in third, missed out on a spot in that Danish team. That would have been a great disappointment for him, having made his debut in that tournament. Last year with Benjamin Drew Royce. Lambertson just working out the maths here to leave double 12, and he will get a go at it. Gordu's back on 160. So it's double 12 to move 3 legs clear once again. And it is clinical again from Ben Lambertson. No messing around on the doubles here. Regains that 3-leg lead. He closes to within 2 legs of a place in the semi-finals for the first time on the Pro Tour. Really found his range in this one. Look at his averages in the early rounds. Ben Lambertson, 67 in the first round, 81 in the last 32, and then 74 in the last 16, currently averaging in the low 90s. Gordus comes back with a 180. This is a leg on his throw. Feel like he needs this sort of leg on the Lambertson throw here. He'll feel like this leg's probably a lost cause now. Let's focus on the next one. It's a 3-leg lead for Lambertson, but it is only 1 break of throw. So if Gortus can hold his throw here, which looks likely at the moment, and then get that break back in the next leg, he will throw for a 4 level game. So the scoreline looks probably worse than it is at the moment. He is going to need to find that 180 hitting in the next leg, not let Bent Lambertson have it all his own way as he gets down to a finish himself. He's double 14. That would have got his second leg on the board. Gordu's limbering up in the background. It's double 14 to close to within 2 again. That looks awkward. But he makes the adjustment. That is the second leg for Andreas Gordu's. It was on his throw. He still needs to break the Bent Lambertson throw, something that he's not been able to do in this match so far. The other quarterfinals now all underway on the outside of boards. Daniel Larsson against Andreas Nielsen. Yanni Abisto 2-1 up on Jonas Gravesen. The man who's looking to make history, Darius Labanauskas, yesterday's winner. He's got work to do here. 4-1 down against Oscar Lukasiak. That match also important in terms of the World Championship spots. A defeat for Darius would open the door for Yanni Abisto and Daniel Larsson to replace him in that second spot and that provisional spot for the World Championship. And that is the first loose visit of the leg, and it comes from Bent Lambertson. We had 4 consecutive tons. But Gordus has let him off the hook there. It's a great find with the last start. See many players nowadays will start on the 19s on 265. Gordus fires in the 140. He's right in this leg. Could we see a bit of magic from Ben Lambertson? The first dart not in the treble. So Gordus wants tops. Now tens. Both darts going inside. That is a big opportunity missed for Gordus to get this match back on throw. Lambertson to go one away from the semi-finals. Wants tops. And the finishing is there again from Ben Lambertson. Once again, it's one dart at a double. And he takes it. Moves 5-2 up. He's one leg away from reaching his first semi-final on the tour. The finishing has been exemplary from Ben Lambertson in this match. It's got to be said. Every time he's had an opportunity, he has taken it. In fact, I believe he is 5 out of 5 on the doubles currently. If you're doing that, you are going to be very, very hard to beat. Well, Gordus with a 140. He needs to reel off 4 consecutive legs now. Otherwise, his hopes of matching his best ever run, getting to the semi-finals, will be over for today. Lambertson a ton, gets him down to a finish after 9 darts. Both on big out shots. Lambertson against the throw will get the first go at one. Could he do it in style? Double 12. That second dart not quite in the treble. It looked good. He's going to come back looking at 55. He's been exemplary on the finishing. Now he should get 2 match darts at tops for a place in the semi-finals. We'll hold the front page. He has missed 2 darts at a double, and they are 2 match darts. Or Gordus, this has got to go. He's missed the big number again. He's missed double 15. That is a horror show for Andreas Horgortus. Ben Lambertson wants double 10 to move into the semi-finals for the first time. It wasn't quite a perfect display of finishing in the end for Ben Lambertson. He started off the match 5 out of 5 on the doubles. He's ended up 6 out of 9. And it has got him through to a first semi-final on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He's beaten his fellow Dane, Andreas Horgortus. Now he awaits to see who he will play in the semi-finals. It will be Daniel Larsson or Andreas Nilsson. They're locked at 1 leg apiece. The other quarterfinals, Yanni Avisto 3-2 up on Jonas Gravesen, and Darius Labanauskas has clawed it back from 4-1 down to 4-3 down against Oskar Lekasiak. We'll be back very shortly with some semi-final action as we edge closer to finding out who will be crowned our champion in Gothenburg today. It's semi-final time here in Gothenburg, Pro Tour 8 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And we've got a rematch of the Pro Tour 2 final as Yanni Avisto takes on Oscar Lukasiak. Was Avisto that beat Lukasiak 6-4 in that final in Riga back in February. On that first weekend back on the tour for Yanni in 8 years, marked it with that title, the 8th of his career. On the outside boards just a few moments ago, we saw Oscar defeat yesterday's champion Darius Labanauskas 6-5, ending Darius's hopes of a 16th record equaling title on this tour. And that result, coupled with Yanni's 6-4 win over Jonas Gravesen in the quarterfinals, means that Yanni Avisto has moved back into second spot on the rankings, using that provisional spot for the PDC World Championship. At the start of the semi-finals, just €200 separating Yanni Avisto in second and Daniel Larsson in fourth. The other semi-final sees Larsson take on a first-time semi-finalist, Bent Lambertson. Nice set-up shot there from Avisto, leaves tops, but Lukasiak should get one. There will be one now. One dart, add a double. It's double 14, his choice. Goes inside. Yanni Avisto has got 3 darts in hand at tops to take the opening leg on throw. Don't count out Oscar Lukasiak either. If he could win this match and win the title, he's not going to move any further up the rankings. He's currently in 5th spot, but he would close the gap on that top 2 to 500, possibly €600, depending on how the other semi-final goes, but it would put him right back in contention for another trip to the Palace. This is our first look today at Oscar Lukasiak on the live stream. He's been playing on the outside boards throughout the day, and he's had a very tough run. First round against Jonas Sorensen, the Pro Tour 3 champion. He beat him 6-1 with a 91 average. He then beat the Pro Tour 6 champion, Mio Verila, 6-3, for whitewashing Johnny Pedersen 6-0 with another 91 average. And then he's beaten his third champion of the day, Darius Labanauskas, in that last leg decider. So we've had 5 different champions so far on the tour this year. Oscar has beaten 3 of them. He's got a chance here to beat a 4th in the shape of Yanni Avisto. It's a great visit from the finisher, a ton 40. Leaves him a single to double. Lukasiak's throw. It's under real pressure here. I think it will be big 11 to leave double 16. There's the big 11. Doesn't hit the double 16. 2 darts missed to break. Lukasiak coming back on double 18. Looks a good guide to work with. That looks an even better guide. He manages to pin it with the last dart. Holds his throw. Avoids going 2-0 down. Yanni Abisto's run so far today. He's beaten Martin Olason 6-3. Victor Tingstrom, that match that we saw on the live stream earlier, 6-5, surviving 5 match darts in the decider. And on the outside boards, he's just gotten the better of Jonas Gravesen 6-4. To move through to this semi-final. The other semi-final is underway on the outside boards if you want to follow that one as well. Ben Lambertson playing in his first semi-final against yesterday's runner-up Daniel Larsson, bidding for a second final of the weekend. A win for Daniel in that one and a defeat for Yanni in this one would put Daniel Larsson up into second spot in a World Championship spot with just 4 events of the season left to go. If Yanni comes through and Daniel comes through, well, it's a shootout between them. Whoever wins will end the weekend in second. Bisto wants tops to go back in front. And he finds it. A 120 finish for the finisher. Best leg of the match so far. That one, a 15 dart holder throw. Expected this one to be a close one. It was a close final that the two played out in Riga at the start of the season, and they've not met on this tour since then. Yanni has continued to have some deep runs, making the final of Pro Tour 4. A few quarter-final appearances as well. He did go out in the first round for him yesterday in Pro Tour 7. Losing out 6-3 to Dmitry Zhukov. Oskar Lukasiak went 1 round better yesterday to the last 16, where he lost to Andreas Nielsen 6-4. Lukasiak down to a finish first in the leg. He will get at least 6 darts from here. Avisto not quite down to a checkout himself, but still not far behind. Scott wants to stay there, find a treble 20, and he does with that last dart. Great adjustment to leave single to double when he comes back to level things up again. Hardly anything to separate the two so far. This, the 2 legs all. Tops for Lukasiak. 2 darts missed at tops. Visto has got a chance to break here. It's going to be 2 darts at double 14. 1 dart at double 7. Again, he's missed darts at double. Did that in the second leg to break. And he's done it again. Could potentially be 4-0 up here, Yanni Abisto. We have ourselves a level game once again. Four legs played, four holes to throw, but it's a Visto that has really threatened a break in this semi-final. But he's not taking his chances. A reminder that we do still have two more weekends of Pro Tour events this season. Pro Tours 9 and 10 will be coming after a little bit of a summer break for the players, shall we say. Those events not taking place until the first weekend of August in Oslo. And then the 2026 Pro Tour concludes with events 11 and 12 in Tallinn at the end of September. And the top two on the rankings at the end of those 12 events will be going to Ali Pali. Top 24 will be going to Denmark for the Nordic and Baltic Championship, and Bent Lambertson, with his run to the semi-finals so far today, has pushed himself into the spots. Bjorn Leon, the player that has fallen out of the top 24. Still plenty of time, plenty of prize money to be won in those last two weekends for players to make a late push and get into the field. That troubleless visit there for Visto has just opened the door for Lukasiak here if he can find a treble or two. And that is unfortunate. Bounce out there. Looked like he was heading towards the treble again. Has left Lukasiak a finish, but he was hoping to leave a smaller one. Visto not putting a huge dent in that 141. Lukasiak has got a chance here. Well, it was double 11 for a 142, and he's pulled that dart into the double 8. Bullseye for Visto to hold his serve. That is a brilliant finish from the finisher. Lukasiak missed double 11 for a 142, and Visto has pulled out a bullseye finish there to hold his throw, move back in front. Nowadays, we don't see many players on 92 start on the bullseye route. They usually go treble 20, and then if it's a single, they'll go double double or try and find a treble. But that first start in the 25 looked a really inviting marker for Yanni, and he certainly used it with that last start. Regains the lead. Again, the hold to throw continue in this semi-final. And that is the case on the outside boards as well. Daniel Larsson, 2-1 up against Bent Lambertson. He's now throwing first in the fourth leg. Following play today, Oscar Lukasiak, he'll be heading off to the UK for the Players' Championship doubleheader coming up in Leicester over the next couple of days. This is his second year on the PDC Tour after winning his tour card at Q School at the start of 2025. He's got work to do to try and keep that tour card for a third year. Currently 83rd in the order of merit, needs to get in the top 64 following the World Championship. So switching to the ball with the last start, but it was not to finish the 128. Kasiak. 2 darts at tops to level things up again. Great adjustment there. We have ourselves a level game once again. 6 legs played, 6 holds a throw. Who is going to blink first in this semi-final? Visto has had the more clear-cut chances on the Kasiak throw, but Oscar has had a dart himself to break that 1-4-2 when he missed the double 11 in the 5th leg, and Avisto rescued the situation with the 92 on the ball. And whatever happens this weekend, we will go into that penultimate weekend with Cordeca as the number 1. If Yanni Avisto were to win the title, he would solidify his spot in second in the rankings. He'd also move to within €200 of Cordeca in that top spot. Title for Daniel Larsson would put him second. He'd go above Yanni Avisto and he'd move to within €400 of Cordeca. So lots to play for. And Kasiak away back in this leg. Avisto looks to be a comfortable holder throw for him. It'll be 2 double 8s now. He busts his score. Shouldn't prove to be too costly. Kasiak, I think, is ready to play the next leg. 2 bullseyes there, gets him down to a finish, but Visto, he just loves hitting that double 8, doesn't he? Twice he's done that now when he's not wanted it. But unless Lukasiak can take this 1-5-5, he will come back to try and hit it for a 3rd time in the leg. Well, hang on a minute. Needed the treble 19. Kasiak sticks his tongue out. He fancied the job there after that first start, found the treble. Visto hits the double 8 for the 3rd time in the leg. This time, it's the time that he wanted it. He goes back in front. 7 legs played, 7 holds a throw in this semi-final. The other semi-final on the outside boards. Daniel Larsson leads Bent Lambertson 3 legs to 2. Just like this semi-final, all of the legs going with the throw so far in that one. Kasiak started this 8th leg very strongly, a maximum, followed by the 140. Follows it up with a ton. It's 81 left after 9. And Oscar's going to have all the time in the world here to wrap up this 8th leg, level things up for a 4th time. Won't even consider going the 12 route for ball. All about the setup here. Leaves tops. Visto will be down to a finish after this visit. But he may well expect to be coming back to start the 9th leg in a minute. Kasiak wants tops. Now tens. Tens will do, and that is the best leg of the match so far. A 14 dart holder throw for the Swede. PDC tour card holder. It's trailed 1-0, 2-1, 3-2 and 4-3, and every single time it's his throw. He's held firm and won the leg. You see there in the averages, hardly anything between them. It's a big match for Yanni Avisto in terms of the race for the World Championship, and feels like a big match for Oscar Lukasiak as well. A title today would put him right back in the mix for the World Championship spots. If you recall, last year was in that top two for almost the entirety of the season. But Teemu Harju won event 12, the last event. He moved ahead of Oscar Lukasiak on countback into that second spot. It was heartbreak for Oscar, but then Harju went on to win the Nordic and Baltic Championship, lifting that Jan Hoffmann trophy, and that meant the extra spot in the Worlds went down to the Nordic and Baltic rankings. So Oscar did get that debut at the Palace. The title today would give him plenty to play for going into the last two weekends of the season. Well, this looks to be a comfortable hold here for Avisto. That troubleless visit for Lukasiak means it is 6 darts minimum for Avisto. Shots his eyes. He fancied a treble 15 there to leave a double, that double 8, which he seems to be hitting quite regularly. But he's going to come back with single to double to move a leg away from a place in his third final of the season. The first since Pro Tour 4. It's that double 8 again. This time he goes inside. Kasiak not in finishing range here. Raise of the eyebrows there. That first dart looks perfect for more to follow. Way to give for that visit. A few seconds ago, he might have come back looking at a checkout there. Avisto gets the job done. His last 2 legs have been won in 7 visits. It's not been world-class legs on throw from Avisto the last couple, but it's been enough. Now, Oscar Lukasiak has got a hold to take us to that final leg. Visto is going to get 2 bites of the cherry to get this match won. First on the Lukasiak serve here, and then if he loses this leg, he will throw first in the decider. Lukasiak replies with a 140. Another 2 treble visit for Visto. The other semi-final, very close as well. Daniel Larsson, 4-3 up on Bent Lambertson. Has that just opened the door for Yanni Avisto to get this semi-final won without needing to go to a final leg. We've not had a breaker throw. But Yanni Avisto is going to get match darts in the next visit to break Lukasiak and book his spot in the final. What a leg this has been. Mentioned these last 2 legs on throw have been won in 7 visits. He could be about to win this one in 4 visits and get through to the final. It's 2 darts at double 16. Gianni Avisto is into the final of Pro Tour 8. It's a match where the first 9 legs were all won on throw. We looked to be heading all the way to a decider, but Avisto turned on the style in that 10th leg with a 12 darter to break Lukasiak and get through to the final. The finisher is second in the rankings, and he will play Daniel Larsson or Bent Lambertson in the final. If it is Larsson, then it is going to be a shootout between the two. The winner will finish the weekend in the World Championship spots with 2 weekends to go. If it's Lambertson, then Avisto knows that whatever happens, he will finish the weekend in second. But he is through to the final. He's going to get a chance to play for his 9th career title on this tour, his second of the year, this comeback year. We'll find out very shortly who he's going to play, and we'll bring you that final very shortly. Here we go then. Final time in Gothenburg, Pro Tour 8 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And it's a huge final with implications for the race to the PDC World Darts Championship. Yanni Avisto currently in second spot, taking on the man currently in third, Daniel Larsson. Just €200 separates the two players. And the winner of this final will finish the weekend in second and in a provisional spot for the World Championship with just 4 events of the season to go. Feels like an important game, and I'm Alex Moss, delighted to be in your company once again for the final of today's Pro Tour. Set up very nicely indeed. Yanni Avisto on his comeback year on the tour after an 8-year absence. Won Pro Tour 2, reached the final with Pro Tour 4, back in the final again today. He's won 8 titles in his career. So has this man, Daniel Larsson, who takes out the 98 for the first leg. He reached his first final of the season yesterday. He fell short against Darius Labanauskas in the final. He's put that disappointment behind him. He's got himself back into another final today. He knows that a victory here would put him second and on course for a return to Ali Pali. Both these players have graced the Palace of Darts on a few occasions before. Yanni Avisto in 2013 and 2015 was his last appearance. Obviously, I mentioned he's had a long break away from playing PDC darts. As for Daniel Larsson, he's played in 6 World Championships, 2 at the Lakeside, and 4 at Ali Pali, 2019, 2021, 2022, and the last one in 2023. So looking to get back there for the first time in 4 years. He only got plenty of time here to level up this final. Will be double 16. Again, he's drifting into that double 8. That seemed to be an issue earlier on, didn't it? Hitting double 8 instead of double 16. But he is going to get another go. Larsson not being on a finish. Finds the double 4 with the last dart to level things up in this final. And these two have met on 3 occasions already on the Pro Tour this year. First of them in Pro Tour 1 in the last 16, which was Yanni Avisto's first Pro Tour event back on the tour. And it ended at the hands of Daniel Larsson, who won that one 6-3. Their most recent 2 meetings have come in semi-finals in Pro Tours 2 and 4. Pro Tour 2, Avisto was 5-2 up. Larsson took out 110 and 116 finishes to level at 5-all. Before Avisto pulled out a 15-darter on throw to get over the line, and we all saw him go on to win that final against Oscar Lukasiak. Then in the Pro Tour 4 semi-final, a 6-4 win for Avisto to make that final. Larson with a great setup shot there to leave double 12. Avisto not going to threaten the 130. Three clear darts here for Larson to go back in front. Only needs the one. It's been clinical stuff so far from the Swede. 2 out of 2 on the doubles. Averaging in the mid to high 90s after 3 legs. Larson's run to the final, a second final of the weekend. Kick things off with a 6-1 win over Anton Östlund. He then got the better of Alexander Thorvaldsen 6-3. Both of those matches with 92 averages. Then an 89 average to beat Andreas Nilsson 6-3 in the quarterfinals, and defeated the first time semi-finalist Bent Lambertson 6-4 with another 92 average in the last 4. So it's been a very consistent level from Daniel today. As for Yanni Abisto, we saw him on the live stream earlier, had to survive a real scare against Victor Tingstrom in the last 16. Victor missing 5 match darts to win that match in the decider. Before then, he beat Martin Ollison 6-3. And after beating Victor, got past Jonas Gravesen 6-4, and we just saw him beat Oscar Lukasiak 6-4 in the semi-finals. Double 16 now for Yanni. Drifts into that 8 segment again, but he's going to come back, much like the second leg, with another 3 darts to the double. Larson right behind him now after that 140. This time Yanni misses 3 clear darts to the double. This is a big chance for Daniel Larson to get the first breaker throw in this final. He wants tops. Pulls it low. Big chance missed for Larson. He won't expect to get another go in this leg. But he is going to get another go. Larson has just seen his opponent miss 3 more darts to the double. And he steps in and takes that chance that was presented to him. He wouldn't have expected to get another go. He has opened up a 2-leg lead in this final. First breaker throw going to the Swede. I'm sure both players will know the importance of this match. It's not just the title. The winner will move outright 5th on the all-time list of most PDC Nordic and Baltic titles. They're both on 8. The winner will move on to 9, 1 away from double figures. But more importantly, you'd say it's that race for the World Championship. Kordecker has led the way right from the start of the season, but that second spot already this weekend, we've seen Yanni Avisto start the weekend in second, and then Darius Labanauskas with that title yesterday moved into second. Daniel Larson has got a chance to move into that second spot, be the 3rd player to occupy that World Championship spot if he wins this title. He'd also move to within just €400 of Cordeca at the top. Bisto leaves a finish first in the leg, but that 140, well, it looked a 140, just a one treble visit. Leaves Larson a two-figure finish. Avisto has left himself top, so this 91 has to go. He's not going to get a go at a double here. Yanni Avisto can break straight back in this final. Can he take his chance this time? It's more missed doubles for the man nicknamed the finisher. He's not living up to that name at the moment. Daniel Larson might be about to take that nickname from him because he's cleaned up tops there. First start. 3 legs on the spin for the Swede. He is now 2 legs away from picking up his first title of the season and moving into a provisional spot for the PDC World Darts Championship. Visto has only really got himself to blame because he has had chances in this final so far. The doubles have deserted him at just the wrong time, haven't they? Maximum there for Daniel Larson. He can see the finish line. Visto, great response to leave tops. Larson is going to get a chance to move a leg away from the title. It's going to be double 14. Almost a 1-2-1 finish, and that could have been the beginning of the end in this final for Yanni Abisto, but he's going to get a chance to keep the match alive. He hits tops. It's been far from clinical for Yanni Abisto, but that was a 14 dart leg on throw. Much needed from the Finn. And Larson piles in another 180. You know the power scoring that Daniel Larson has in his game, and he is producing it here in this final, averaging 95. Not quite the best follow-up to the 180 there from Daniel Larson. He's found his radar again here. Loose last one doesn't leave a finish. Avisto has got a sense that this is a chance to get a break back because whatever he leaves, he will get a go at it. It's a brilliant 140. Avisto will get a chance of that 81 to get this final back on throw. May only be one dart at the ball. Just the wrong side of the wire. But Larson back on 120. Needs treble to single to double. And it's found its way there. It didn't look to be much for him past that second dart, but he finds a way. Daniel Larson is 1 leg away from the title and 1 leg away from moving into a provisional spot for the World Championship. That will be a dagger in the heart for Yanni Avisto, seeing that last dart find its way to tops. Avisto has got to pull off a 4-leg stretch here to avoid dropping out of the World Championship spots. Larson, whatever happens here, he knows that he's going to get 2 legs on his throw to serve out this final. May not get a chance to do it on the Avisto throw here. It's a good pick up with the last start from Yanni. He's just a break behind, but losing the bull up means that he has got to break Daniel Larson twice if he's going to win this title. And that looks a good guide. Doesn't use it. The missed doubles continue to rack up for Yanni Avisto. Daniel Larson, his first look at a title winning checkout, not going to go. So Yanni Avisto to extend this final into another leg. Pins the double 10 to keep this final going. That's part 1 of the job done for Yanni Avisto. Now he's got to break the Daniel Larson throw. Which is something that he's not been able to do so far. 4 legs that Daniel Larson started, he's won them all. 15, 13, 19 and 15 darts. If he can find another 5-visit leg here, it could be enough to get him over the line. Coming down the board to try and find a big treble. Now back up to the 18s. Finds 1 treble from the visit. Visto, Phil needs to find 2. He can only find 1. It's a slender lead, but Larson has the throw. Just about squeezes a treble in with the last dart. That could be crucial. Visto finds a treble as well. So 1 treble visit leaves that 120. We saw Daniel Larson take that out. Second look at a title winning checkout. It's another big one that's not going to go. But that is a brilliant find with the last dart. It looked to be a treble, not quite. So Avisto not going to get the 120. So this is the best chance Daniel Larson has had so far to win the title. It's going to be 1 dart at double 5. It's a title dart missed for the Swede. Will he get another one? Yanni Avisto to get that break back. Wants double 8. He can't quite believe it. 2 darts missed at double 8 for Yanni Avisto. Daniel Larson to take the title. Move into the provisional spots for the PDC World Championship. He wants double 2 to win this title. Now double 1. Can he find a way through that first dart? Pulls it low. He can't believe what's happened here. That's 3 title darts missed for Larson. Avisto keeps the final alive. The last dart finds its way into the double two. And we are now back on throw in this final. It's the longest leg of the match so far. 1 in 21 darts. But that is how Yanni Avisto has managed to find the breaker throw that he needed. Are we going to go all the way to a final leg shootout in this final? Good response from Larson. A 2 treble visit against the throw. The commanding lead of 5-2. He's lost the next 2 legs. It's another 2 treble visit for the Swede. And Avisto has come up dry there. Larson will feel like he's going to get some more title darts in the next few throws. Avisto needs another treble here. Just falls short, shuts his eyes in exasperation. Daniel Larson has got 2 visits here. And he's piling in another big score. It's only a ton. He should get 1, possibly 2 more title darts in his next throw. Avisto with a 140. He's right behind him here. If this doesn't go, we could be going all the way. Larson wants tops to win the title. Daniel Larson has pulled it out of the bag there just when it looked like we were going to go to that final leg shootout. Larson pulls out a 15 darter against the throw, and it's a title that has moved the Swede up to second in the PDC Nordic and Baltic rankings. Yanni Avisto started the weekend in second. Darius Labanauskas moved second after his title yesterday. Yanni took it back to second with this run to the final, but Daniel Larson taking the title has moved him up to second. He's in the World Championship spots with just 2 weekends to go. A 9th title for Larson after reaching the final yesterday. He's gone 1 better today and took the title. A big thank you to everyone for joining us over the weekend. That concludes our coverage here in Gothenburg. Enjoy the summer break. We'll be back at the start of August for Pro Tours 9 and 10 in Oslo. Until then, we'll see you very soon.